sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
more than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing
Uno, dos. Uno, dos, tres. Uno, dos, tres. Audio. Uno, dos, tres. Nada, Neto. ¿Sí? Ok. Dame un segundo, Luis. Ok, Luis, ¿me escuchás? Canal uno, Neto, inglés. Uno, inglés. ¿Sí? Uno, inglés, perfecto. Pasate al 2, español. No te escucho yo en español, Luis.
Español, primer consola español. Vamos a la segunda consola.
Inglés, segunda consola. Dame un segundo, que quiero verificar algo. Este es inglés. Uno, dos, tres, ok. Ahora vamos a español.
Español, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. También aquí no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Listo, Luis, gracias.
Muy buenos días a todos y todas. Saludo muy especialmente a Luis Almagro, el secretario general. Muy buenos días a todos y todas. Saludo muy especialmente a Luis Almagro, el secretario general de la OEA, a Sergio Díaz Granados, presidente de CAF, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthens, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres.
At the academic panel, as well as everyone who is with us today, both in person and, as we now see in academic events, virtually. We have people connected through a webinar as well as through streaming on the OAS website. This lectureship is a joint effort that the OAS has been promoting along with the Latin America and Caribbean Development Bank, the CAF, and the University of the Andes to honor the memory of Alberto Llegas Carmago, who was not only president of Colombia twice, but also one of the architects and the first OAS Secretary General, and then the rector of the University of the Andes in Bogota. His legacy places him not only in the category of a great Colombian, but also a great Americanist who promoted integration and unity in the Americas as a fundamental factor of our lives and our region. Last year in April, we held the first edition of this space, which is highly academic at the University of the Andes in Bogota. This year, we are hosting this event here at the OAS in this very hall where, on more than one occasion, Alberto Llegas came himself. As part of our program of activities, first of all, we will be hearing from the Secretary General of the OAS, Luis Almagro, who will be giving us an opening statement. And then we will hear from the rector of the University of the Andes, Raquel Bernal, who has sent a video message. To close that, we will hear from the president of the CAF, Sergio Diaz-Granados, who will be speaking from Panama through Zoom, because unfortunately he had to suspend his visit to Washington at the very last minute. However, we will still hear from him. Then we will hear an intervention from Ms. Laura Chinchilla on democratic governance and insecurity in the Americas. And finally, our panel discussion on resilient cities in the Americas. This is a very topical issue, not only for the hemisphere, but also worldwide. We will have participation from Professor Victor Mijares from the University of the Andes as moderator, Professor Robin King from Georgetown University, Professor Sandra Borda from University of the Andes, Ruben Enrique Contreras from the OAS, and Angie Palacios from the CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. To conclude, all of the attendees will be invited to a working lunch behind us. Mr. Secretary General, please come up to the podium. Rather, this is a welcome statement rather than an opening statement. And thank you very much for all of you being here in this House of the Americas for a new cycle of the Alberto Lleras Camargo Lectureship, which we had the opportunity to create last year in Bogota. Thank you to support from Raquel and the University of the Andes, as well as Sergio and the CAF. Our three entities have united our efforts in order to create this academic space dedicated to the memory of an illustrious Colombian and at the same time a citizen of the Americas due to his personal vocation and his spirit of integration. The legacy of Alberto Lleras Camargo in this organization and this building is an ongoing example for all of us. He was an architect of the creation of the OAS in 1948 in Bogota during the 9th Inter-American Conference, and he also was the first OAS Secretary General. And there are few tributes so well deserved as being here at the home of our organization. In 1954, after having laid the cornerstone of the OAS, Lleras Camargo returned to Colombia in order to work as the rector of the University of the Andes. And so when we signed a framework agreement with Raquel just a few years ago, it wasn't difficult to suggest that we create this shared space for action through healthy debate of ideas on topics that we all share. This synergy with entities such as the CAF and Sergio's decisive support allowed us to make this happen. And thank you very much to both of you. And his tireless commitment to democracy as well as a system of governments that best represents the interests of the Americas, as we've made very clear, included the OAS as sine qua non, as a tool to promote peace, democracy, human rights, security, and development. His message, which I entirely share, is one of the reasons why my own working motto over the last 9 years as Secretary General have been more rights for more people. This is not an end in itself, but rather an important means to bring states closer together as well as citizens of the Americas. And so today we have our beloved friend, the former president of Costa Rica, Laura Chinchilla, with us, and then we will have an academic panel related to resilient cities this year, and that is resilient cities in Latin America, a very important topic as it's linked to all of our countries and has a direct impact on many of the people who live in our urban centers. We calculate that 50% of the world's inhabitants live in large cities, and this will reach 70% by the year 2050. The concept of resilience is increasingly linked to the of sustainable development and incorporating the most marginalized and vulnerable groups, which we were able to see directly during the pandemic. I wish the academic groups the very best, as well as all of you who are with us during today's activities. Thank you.
Muchas gracias al secretario.
Thank you very much, Secretary Almagro, for your welcoming words. And now, Laura Chinchilla, who represents, once again, here in this Hall of the Americas, and has honored us with her presence, former President Chinchilla. Please join us at the podium. Thank you very much.
Bueno, muy buenos días.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please forgive us for those little baubles getting connected this morning. But as always, it's a great pleasure and honor and a delight to be here in this Home of the Americas at the headquarters of the OAS in this hall where we have seen so many important events take place, and also as we are convened under the banner of this great Latin American and Colombian who made so many important contributions to our regional institutionality and Colombian institutions as well. Thank you very much to the University of the Andes for inviting me today. I am delighted, thanks to my dear friend Jose Luis, for your words, and also thank you to the other representatives of this important institution. And thank you for being with us here in the opening of this event. I appreciate you greatly. I'm not sure if you have heard my great admiration before you leave your position, but you have worked so hard to promote Latin American democracy, human rights, and so much more. And so we'll see if we are connected here. And on the screen, you will be able to follow my presentation this morning. And maybe it is a little bit denser than I would have liked, but it really is a determining factor in the topics that we will be discussing today. And this really is the greatest challenge that we face, and that is seeking to understand the new scenarios that are characterizing the issues of security and governance, democratic governance in our region. It's true that today's event is more related to the debate on cities, and maybe that is very much a cross-cutting issue. It transcends the issue of urban management and administration, but at the same time, it is a factor which is increasingly conditioning political policies in the hemisphere, state and national policies, sub-regional policies, as well as our policies and actions at the local level. So the topic that I would like to share with all of you today, essentially, is divided into three pillars.
Quiero desarrollarlo fundamentalmente.
This is fundamentally divided in three axes. First of all, we see some mega trends which are reconfiguring the scenario when it comes to citizen security, and then we will be presenting and studying the problem from the perspective of challenges for democratic governance. And we will close with some reflections as to where we should guide our activities when it comes to these issues. Now, to get started, we need to recognize that once again, and this has been a cyclical issue over and over again in our region, citizen security and related issues are on the front page of almost all of our countries in the region. Not only on the front page, it's also at the very forefront of our concerns in political campaigns, political speeches, as well as our government's activities and those of our regional organizations as well. Perhaps we are tired of repeating the same things over and over again. It might seem obvious, but it's still important to recognize. But although they're obvious, it doesn't mean they stop being important. And that is that Latin America continues to be a particularly violent region, particularly due to the fact that we are not facing any formal wars. We have just 8% of the population of the world, but 28% of the world's homicides, and that figure continues to grow. It is much greater than the global average of 5.8 per 100,000 inhabitants. Here, it's 19.2, and the 15 countries with the highest rates of femicides, 8 of them are in Latin America, and 20 of the 30 most dangerous cities worldwide are in our region. That is a shame, but I continue to have some technical issues. Now it's blinking. That's very strange. Let's keep going. Technology always has a surprise in store. And so, here you can see on the screen that I know that this is a very data-heavy presentation, but beyond those first figures that I shared with you, which no longer are anything new. We're all highly aware. We're aware of the fact that we have some of the most violent cities of the world, some of the highest homicide rates. We know this. We know that we have high rates of violence against women. However, and I really insist on these confirmations that we have seen many times over and over for the last several years. Unfortunately, behind that, we have a lot of additional elements which I would like to deepen this morning with all of you. And that is that part of the problem that we have been facing is that we are looking from the perspective of regional organizations and our activities, and increasingly, we are having to deal with very complex dynamics, and that forces us to go beyond studying homicides to understand what is happening, as well as the political decisions being made, beyond national averages, regional averages, and beyond what I call the objective dimension of crime, in order to also look at the more subjective side of things, which conditions citizens' perspectives and perceptions from the perspective of policy. If I can summarize this in just one sentence, what I plan on sharing with all of you today is that the issue of citizens' insecurity has become more complex due to various trends, which we will be looking at today, and that presents one of the major threats, if not the major threat, to citizens' well-being and stability in our nations of Latin America and the Caribbean. So, what are these new trends which are reconfiguring the scenario of security in LAC? Basically, we've seen 3 megatrends, the first of which was the COVID-19 pandemic, and this maybe seems like it's in the past at this point, but we still can't address the root of the economic and social consequences, and much less do we have instruments that allow us to better manage the next pandemic. And certainly you all remember that every time we work on short-term visions, this is very tragic from the perspective of preparing mankind and our nations better for the coming challenges.
The second megatrend is the deterioration of democracy, and the third is organized crime. These three elements have come together and generated consequences and new critical issues in terms of security. Let's look at each one a little closer. The first trend is COVID-19. Here, just briefly, the consequences went way beyond this, but my point here is public safety, citizen safety. What we want to say is that the pandemic exacerbated social risk factors, which fundamentally increase vulnerability of a series of sectors with regard to crime. And these sectors include the youth of Latin America as well as women in two dimensions. We have, in the case of women, we see an increase of domestic violence. And we're also witnessing an increase in women involved in, and this didn't happen previously so frequently, but now we see more women involved in drug trafficking at the base of the pyramid through small seller positions. Now, the social impact that the pandemic had was tremendous, and we still see the impacts today in the young population. It was estimated that almost 160 million students no longer received in-person education, and a high percentage of this group were unable to receive their education. They had no access, and they were unable to recover the losses. This impacted more than half of the students, and it reached a 25.5% impact of youth aged 15 to 24 years of age. Then we see that the percentage of children and youth living in poverty between the ages of 0 and 17 years, we see that this increased by 45.5% in 2021. Then we see here in a report by the ILO in 2023 that they found that 20 million youth don't study nor work. So we're talking about a region that heavily depends on productivity from this important group of human capital, perhaps the most determining factor for economic progress. But this is one of our few benefits that we can enjoy in the social sector. So we see that youth have had a greater tendency to join criminal activities as a result. Now, I would like to point out that today, being a young man has become a primary risk for falling into the hands of criminal groups. And we also have statistics that show us that they are young men that most suffer from victimization, that suffer from, are killed, and represent the largest proportion of the prison population. And we are condemning a large portion of our youth to the grave or to a life behind bars. I have mentioned the issue of women. This has been a very delicate topic. And as a result of the pandemic, we saw the emergence of an increase in domestic violence rates. And from there, we have seen that efforts to battle this have stagnated. It seems that we haven't learned from the practices of other countries that reacted. Things went back to normal, and what we've seen is that while the trend for murders for the general population has gone down, we see that for women, this reduction in murder rates has not been occurring. The second mega trend, which I mentioned at first, is democratic backsliding. And here I know I'm not giving you any new information, but it is clear, based on global indicators such as AI, in the Economist report, and another report that comes out every 2 years, they've demonstrated that there has been a deterioration of rule of law and democracy. We see that conditions are ripe for the expansion of illicit markets and the propagation of organized crime. And I'm not going to focus too much on this, but on the Economist index, you see here the first line, the average index shows you here from 2015 to 2022, you see a drop for Latin America. We went from having one dictatorship, and then over the decade we gained 2 more. And we see that hybrid regimes are on the rise. And in Latin America, we see that Latin America has experienced a more accelerated democratic backsliding for over a long period of time. Now, part of the variables and the pillars of democracy is the rule of law. And we see here that Latin America in particular has shown dramatic deterioration. Here I don't have the source, but this is the annual report that is published on the rule of law worldwide. And we can see here that even though rule of law deterioration is a global trend, just as the issue of democracy, we see that in the case of Latin America and the Caribbean, the percentage of countries that are going through this deterioration is you see an improvement in 22%, while you see deterioration among 78%. We see that we have higher rates of vulnerability and weakness that really are conducive to organized criminal activity. If we look at institutions, we also see that there is a growth of, there's a lot of loss of trust in key institutions for combating violence and organized crime. The security institutions are losing the confidence of the people, and I'm referring to the law enforcement. We see that in Latin America. People are reported to have the greatest mistrust of their police forces. So these indicators illustrate for us something that can be very well summarized in the World Index of Organized Crime that comes out every 2 years. This is the last one that was published in 2023, and we're awaiting the publication of the 2025 edition. We see that in the Americas, we have very low scores with regard to the analyses of resilience of institutions with regard to organized crime. On a scale of 1 to 10, you see here that in all of these bars, starting with the lowest, which is the judicial system and arrests, you see that we don't even reach the middle grade, which would be 5. So we, in fact, have a tremendous task at hand in terms of strengthening our institutions, in particular in terms of rule of law. The third megatrend is organized crime's increased strength. We have seen a very worrying expansion and penetration and rooting of organized crime that has managed to reconfigure, and redefine citizens' security, which has really caused a lot of new challenges for good governance and for public security. When we look at the global index regarding organized crime, Latin America is positioned under 2 categories. We have crime, and then we're not talking about murders, we're talking about organized crime, and this is an indicator that was developed based on a very interesting set of variables. So when we look in this column of crime, and then we look at it next to that of resilience, the worst scenario is when crime rates are high, but resilience is low. And that is unfortunately the situation in Latin America. If we could summarize this from a regional perspective, we are perhaps among the second or third regions of the world with the highest rates of risk and lowest levels of resilience in the face of organized crime, where we see an increased presence of organized crime. Here you can see on this table the different illicit markets that have been recorded in Latin America that are really gaining a lot of ground. We see here that Latin America has been the main hub for 10 of these illicit markets, starting with 2 explosive markets when we have them come together in the same regional space. And I'm referring to illicit markets for drug trade. Can you hear me? Yes. And arms trafficking. Thus, we see that that organized crime in our countries really is manifested with a lot of violence. This organized crime, as I said, and in particular, with regard to the mixing of 2 parallel markets, I'm referring to drug trafficking market and the arms trafficking market, help to explain, among other things, why more than 50% of murders that occur in our region are linked to organized crime. And in some countries, like in Costa Rica and Jamaica, this percentage of murders that are committed by members of organized criminal groups reaches 60 and 70% respectively. But something that is even more concerning is that Latin America is leading what we call social political murders, which are murders that are perpetrated against certain groups. Here we can see we have groups such as the environmental activists. 88% of the murders that are committed at the global level, 88% occur in Latin America, and of those, nearly 40% occur in regions with indigenous populations. And there at the bottom in gray, you can see this really significant figure that Latin America is one of the most dangerous regions of the world to exercise journalism. We have 50% of the murders that are committed worldwide happened to journalists in our region. So a good number of the murders of environmental activists and journalists are perpetrated by organized criminal groups in our countries. Now, something that also illustrates the shift in the face of organized crime, we can say that today nobody is spared. We are also accustomed to the way it was in the past. We used, they would focus on Colombia, on Central America, focus on Mexico. But take a look at this table, this graph. You'll see that the countries with the highest levels of growth in terms of murders throughout our region are countries that historically were considered the most safe countries throughout Latin America and the Caribbean, of course, led by Ecuador. And this generates a lot of anguish to see this shift in Ecuador, despite the efforts of the authorities. Then we see in Chile, you see a 215% increase between 2015 and 2023. And although the number of murders in Chile are in the single digits, there has been exponential growth in terms of Ecuador's case. And also Costa Rica, which was among the countries with the lowest murder rates in 2015 for the region, but has seen an increase of greater than 60%. So at this time, we cannot say that organized crime is a problem that is exclusive to certain countries. We see that it is increasingly more broad-reaching. And furthermore, in this most violent form that the Latin American and Caribbean-based organized criminal groups demonstrate. Now, with regard to making decisions, and this is something I mentioned at the beginning, we need to go beyond the national averages. In this table, what I would like to demonstrate is how within our countries, if we focus, we'll see that the murder rates in some of the states and provinces and departments, we see that the murder rates are much higher when compared to national rates. And these are linked to the characteristics of these different zones and departments within the countries. So when we begin to analyze the characteristics that these areas have in common, we see that there are two characteristics that stand out and explain the high levels of violence linked to organized crime. One of which is that they are coastal cities and regions, and that they are also border regions. Now, if we can aggregate this and add more information, but if we rather suss it out even further, we can see that the hottest spots throughout our region are those areas that have three borders. In particular, those with the Amazon, a border with the Amazon. And this is where you see the highest rates of illicit market activity. And this is also where you see highest level of violence and as a result, higher levels of vulnerability and vulnerability of the institutions. So this is a call to attention to focus on a concept that has to shed itself of the border, the rigidity of this idea of borders, and focus on these regions throughout the entire continent. Now, what I wanted to discuss with you, we've talked about the mega trends. We have security, we have the vulnerability as a result of COVID, we have institutional vulnerability as a result of democratic backsliding, and of course, the increasing presence of organized crime in the region. So what are the challenges that these new situations present for democratic governance? Here, we're going to take a look at a few reflections that are more conceptual, if you will. When we talk about citizen security, we are principally talking about a concept that has important implications for governance in a country. And I'm sorry that this is in English. I didn't have time to translate it. But this is a concept that has important ethical implications in terms of the concept of public safety as a human right, just as the right to life and the right to freedom, such as all human rights instruments set forth. So these ethical implications remind us that when we talk about universal rights, there's no exclusion, and they refer to people with zero discrimination. And thus, we see these ethical implications, we see them manifest when we have to present our responses from the state. So what is important is the security of our people so that we can protect them from being jeopardized, whether it be their belongings or their physical safety. For example, the right to freedom is important here. So striking a balance here is fundamental, because from the moment in which we weaken the ethical nature of security, we undermine rule of law. As soon as we do this, we're taking a step toward a tomorrow in which we could turn against the citizens themselves. A little later, I'm going to give you some data regarding some of the issues regarding organized crime, such as disappearances. But over these years, we've gotten used to hearing about disappearances at the hands of criminal groups. But it's been 2 or 3 decades since disappearances were perpetrated by the state. So we cannot forget about them when developing public policy to combat issues that impact public safety and citizen security, because nobody can tell us that tomorrow the state won't be the perpetrator of insecurity in our region. Security is a public good, and this is the functional implications. We need to continue to defend this and guarantee the access to security of all citizens. And lastly, without security, it's very difficult to establish a development strategy over the long term. As a result, we have strategic implications. For example, when we see the 16th SDG, we see that it impacts the others, and you see how all of the Sustainable Development Goals are interconnected. So this set of considerations that I've presented to you And I have left out some of the data that I wanted to present, but I wanted to highlight why we must recognize that in Latin America, there were significant advances in terms of security models. And this goes hand in hand with democracy and the strengthening of rule of law, in particular during the 90s and the first decades of this century. We can see how our doctrine has radically changed in terms of security. We've moved from national security to a multidimensional security that is based on the protection of individuals. But we have seen regulatory frameworks that protect this balanced view. We also see institutional designs, in particular the demilitarization of security forces. We've also advanced in terms of managing information and the design of public policies based on evidence-based public policy. We have designed policies from the security sectors, and we've also made significant advances in particular countries regarding the introduction of technologies. I would dare to say, although my problem with, that I have with working with these topics, that we don't have the convincing information that allow us to establish the causes that influence the trends of violence and crime. But I would dare to say that if in Latin America, despite the fact that we are the most violent region in the world, we see a continual drop in the average rate of homicides throughout the region from 2017 on. We see a 20% drop from that period forth. And this was true for practically all of the regions. You see here on the lower graph, you see the blue bar represents the 2010 and the orange represents this data for 2018. And you see how in all the countries, they have experienced a reduction in the murder rate. And some of the largest reductions were experienced by Central America, and in particular in El Salvador. So many factors came together, some of which were linked to public policies that were implemented with a very even hand. And we've seen very interesting progression in that regard. As I mentioned at the beginning, we need to look beyond murder rates. Because if we don't, we're going to lose sight of other criminal phenomena. In particular, I'd like to point out the disappearances and extortion. Two types of crime that are linked to organized crime and criminal groups. Latin America, it has 6 of the 10 countries with the highest rates of forced disappearances. And this is just the most polite way to say that this is the most polite way to say that these are murders. When a body is not found, they just send it to the list of disappearances. And this is difficult for the family members of those that have been disappeared. Many families don't know what the end was for their family members that have been disappeared. Now, this is no longer happening at the hands of the military regimes, but rather the organized criminal groups.
The same applies to extortions. We see that these organizations are exerting territorial control, and extortions are happening increasingly quickly And between 2015 and 2019, we saw a 110% jump. And there is a lot of hidden statistics behind this type of crime. We also need to study the phenomenon of insecurity beyond its objective manifestation and also look at the subjective side of things created by social alarm, which we have been experiencing over the last several years. And we have seen that there are high levels of social alarm and concern due to crime, and over 70%, according to a Gallup poll, of over 70% of people worldwide feel safe in their communities, but in LAC, that figure is only 49%. And 43% of Latin Americans believe that crime and violence are the main problems faced by their countries. So just to close this component on governance in the face of insecurity, we're seeing increasingly how democratic governance in our region is under pressure due to the various phenomena derived from these security situations. On one hand, we have fear and distrust, and I have no doubt that the aspirations of human dignity and freedom are very important here, but they go on the back burner when people are simply afraid for their safety. We have populations who are alarmed, who are afraid, terrorized, and then it's much more likely that they will come up with certain ideas or proposals that will lead to backsliding democratically. And that is something that we have seen over the last several decades. And on the other hand, we have the criminal organizations themselves, which are also pressuring democratic governance. This is a phenomenon which goes far beyond the resources and capacities that our country's governments have, without even mentioning that of local and city governments. So it should come as no surprise that increasingly the response given, which are not necessarily the best solutions in the face of this challenge, following pressure by frightened citizens who are demanding a solution to the problem, and on the other hand, criminal groups which are threatening stability, institutions, and even integrity and the lives of civil servants through corruption. And so they seek to normalize states of emergency and all of the risks that that carries in the mid to long term, because essentially it affects fundamental attributes of democracy, and on the other hand, criminal governance, which simply seeks to accommodate the needs of the criminal groups within the system in order to reduce citizens' pressure, manifestations of violence, but the trade-off is persecution as governments attempt to handle criminal organizations. These are alternatives that we are increasingly seeing proliferate in the region, and they put both democracy and the rule of law at risk. Any of these attributes might be particularly impacted, and here we have two of the trends that we just discussed, and we can see how the rule of law separates, as well as separation of power, civil liberties, and accountability, which are all very important for democratic governance. And these have all been backsliding the most quickly in our region. And so now to close, where should we guide our activities now in the future? We need to be up to the task of protecting the achievements that we've already made, including our institutionality. On the contrary, otherwise, many governments will find themselves running behind these two alternatives, the normalization of states of emergency and criminal governance. We need to be up to the task of better understanding the phenomenon and therefore looking at much more than the statistics that we have, which have been worked on by many people around the region in order to fully comprehend criminal behavior in our countries. We need to be able to mobilize. We need to mobilize all fundamental, allied, associated sectors in order to provide a response to this phenomenon. We also need to be able to innovate. And communication is increasingly important as well. Remember, this is not only an issue of statistics and objective information, but also the way that it is perceived and experienced by people living in these communities. And so we need to look at the importance and the need to work from a comprehensive, well-balanced security approach in which we are able to prevent, contain, and certainly punish. The idea here isn't to debate between those who promote human rights of victims and those who want to have a soft hand or an iron fist. We can do all of these things at the same time. The difference is that when we talk often, we need to be firm when it comes to enforcing the rule of law in order to fight impunity, but we cannot be arbitrary in this effort. And all of this is supported by structures that ensure the convergence of social and institutional stakeholders in order to work hand in hand simultaneously as we implement prevention policies, as we prosecute and sanction criminal behavior, as well as working at the local level. This is the task of the states as well as the local dimension, and from above, the sub-regional and hemispheric levels. This is particularly important when we are talking about these major markets in Latin America. That is drugs and arms, which cannot be forgotten from this debate throughout the hemisphere, not only Latin American countries and the Caribbean.
Para ya cerrar,
And to close,
pero sí dejar.
We need to be very clear that the concern that organized crime has found fertile ground in Latin American Caribbean due to the various conditions of social vulnerability and institutional weakness in the region, its growing penetration of our institutions, markets, and communities, as well as some of the responses that are given in an attempt to combat it, are one of the greatest threats to our nation's stabilities.
Por nuestra democracia.
For our democracy and rule of law, we absolutely must be analytical and keep a cool head as we study this in order to provide the response that citizens expect and want to see, but always from a democratic perspective and not some of the alternatives that I have already described for you. Thank you very much.
President
Chinchilla had told me that she has 10 minutes to answer any questions that those present may like to ask, or those of you who are with us virtually. Carlos, Ivan Plazas, please. I will move over here. You can share questions or comments as well. I know there's a lot of you who are real experts in this topic and have a lot of experience.
Hello.
Yes. Congratulations for organizing this lectureship. It's a great opportunity to hear from you. And thank you very much for being with us. It's true that our countries have been working to fight all types of crime, but we have problems today that go beyond the measures that various governments have taken. To give you one very clear example, which we have seen for many years now, and that is the issue with Tren de Aragua, which is a criminal multinational. Not only do we have homicides, we have extortion, human trafficking, and this is all a part of a criminal organization that has all the power and reach of a government. And it's now present in all countries. I just wanted to share that with all of you. And congratulations once again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador, first of all, for your words. The dimension of these criminal organizations is difficult to imagine. Tren de Aragua is known to be growing, and they have many indicators on this. And though many of the centers of their operations are headquartered in a country that's not exactly cooperating with our efforts, it's very difficult for us to expect that any collaboration come from within. And yet we can still cite many other criminal gangs, which, however, at the very least, are in countries that are doing something. In the last few days, we heard some news about the first capital command from Brazil, where, and this is something that we are hearing a lot as well, public policies are explaining the phenomenon of the homicides in our region, and we see these agreements between criminal gangs, and that this is one of the largest of the region. It announced that it is reaching agreements among them, as if it was a group of businessmen who were about to announce a merger. And so they're reaching agreements with one another, and then they're able to guarantee less violence for the people living in these regions in order to improve the situation of those who are in jail. But the crisis for the operators is indeed in one of these prisons in Sao Paulo. And so what am I getting at here? These gangs, even in countries that are obviously committed to fighting them, are dominating entire territories. They are dominating institutions and prisons. This is very clear. And this is one of their havens. And so we can see the level of penetration in governments as well as, unfortunately, judiciaries. But thank you very much for your comment.
¿Algún otro?
Any other comments?
Okay. Estamos.
Muy buenos días.
Buenos días.
Mi pregunta.
Good morning. My question is related to freezing international aid from the United States, which has impacted many local governments in the region, which were supporting initiatives to strengthen security. So what are the other avenues that you see that governments in the region may use in order to replace that international aid that was principally coming from the United States, particularly U.S. aid? And do you already have that? Thank you very much for the question. As I was saying, this is very obviously a problem that has a hemispheric dimension. Without that dimension, it's very difficult for each individual state with its own policy to be able to win this fight. And so, certainly, there is not a shred of doubt that the U.S. government is part of this in supporting hemispheric strategies that can move forward. Because, in addition to the three main illicit markets in the region, that is cocaine, cannabis, and firearms, there is a very close relationship between the chains of production, distribution, and consumption of these illicit products. And in the case of drugs, obviously, there is a consumption market, which is driving things, but we no longer have the excuse that, oh, in Latin America, we don't use drugs, because part of this production is increasingly staying in Latin America. And we're seeing also growing consumption in Europe of the drugs that come from Latin America. And so we often used to say, oh, consumption isn't my problem. But it is true that the U.S. market is the largest. We see fentanyl now in the case of Mexico, which over the last several weeks has demonstrated that there is a demand in Mexico to control the entry of precursor chemicals, drug production, and trafficking toward the United States. But there is a demand to control the epidemic of consumption of this extremely addictive drug. And so there needs to be cooperation, and there's something that for some time now has been a thorn in my side, and that is, well, there's two things, actually. First of all, at the highest level, if you look at the reports that are presented to the Subcommission on Western Hemisphere Affairs on drug consumption, for some time now, for the last 3 or 4 years, there's been a report that has very clearly stated that the strategy for fighting the drug war has been a failure. It's a collective hemispheric level failure. And so there's been a series of consequences due to that, negative external consequences. And so we need to reframe that fight. Despite the fact that they've been saying this in Washington itself, there still hasn't been a clear reaction in one direction or another in order to address this. And so I'm also bothered by the duality within the states, because on one hand, there is a movement in state policies to legalize previously illegal drug markets, particularly cannabis, and there are others that we've seen for recreational use now that's been legalized as well as for medical use, while also punishing and sanctioning exports of those drugs. And so that is part of the federal policy in the United States. And so we see these contradictions playing out, where cannabis continues to be an illicit market in Latin America, with all of the consequences that that carries, with violence, using resources to prosecute it, and others. While in the United States, they are decriminalizing this drug, but there hasn't been a lot of margin for Latin America to take a similar decision that the states in the U.S. have taken, even if they do also want to move forward. So there are issues to be resolved, but the most important thing is to ensure that we have a hemispheric agenda to work with. I think there was one more question over there.
¿Verdad, José Luis?
We have time for one more?
Por mí, yo me quedo toda la mañana.
I can stay here all morning if you want, but I know you have a panel after this.
Buenos días.
Quería problematizar este elemento internacional.
I would like to ask, what are the major challenges on what we can do to face these challenges, and how can we be more effective in our cooperation to fight international criminality? Are you asking me about international cooperation? yes, once again, we are facing a transnational phenomenon, and certainly that means that we need to have a component of international cooperation. What's more, we almost need to scale it. This is a hemispheric and a global problem, and I understand that there is a proposal from the incoming U.S. authorities to categorize the organized criminal groups as terrorist groups. On one hand, this could be positive because it seems that it's going to be very important to this new government's agenda. But on the other hand, we ask ourselves whether they will drive balanced measures. That is, not only a package of repressive measures, which always are going to be necessary, but are they going to look at the instruments that have inspired international law and the law in all of our countries? And will that go hand in hand with a decent investment that will allow us to target the root causes, the structural causes of these phenomena? And once again, that brings me back to the challenge that we have been facing of how we can contain consumption or how we can better manage the use of illegal drugs in these markets. Thank you very much.
Buenos días.
Gracias.
Thank you, Madam President, for being with us today. You talked about the backsliding of cities when it comes to crime. This has been growing each year, and I would like to ask about the issue of migration. Migration in itself is a topic, and that requires a little bit more space than I'm able to dedicate to this response today. But if we look at the topics that we've discussed this morning, that is citizens' insecurity, there are many measurements that confirm that part of the forced movement that we are seeing in our countries is related to violence and crime. And some of the more refined studies have been carried out by Honduras. They're not very old either. And 40% of the people that stated they wanted to leave their community behind stated violence and crime as one of the reasons. So to me, obviously, I am concerned with the indiscriminate deportation and the strong emphasis on criminal backgrounds. We also don't know that a crime is going to have that, to receive these elements. But if you look at all of the factors that I was describing earlier and the entire phenomenon of institutional backsliding and deterioration in our countries, social vulnerabilities, in large part worsened by the pandemic, and the growing size of criminal gangs and illicit markets, we see that it's mainly drug markets, particularly cocaine, is growing around the world at an accelerated pace at that. And so when you have criminals and migrants, many of them are young, and they are fleeing something, they're looking for opportunities, and the countries that expelled them, when they're not only going to find opportunities, but over the long term, this is going to complicate their situation. This just throws more fuel on the fire, which is at the point of almost exploding. And so this flow, this reverse migration flow, may further accelerate the deterioration of these institutions and situations in our country. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Gracias, José Luis. Gracias.
I told Madam President that when I grow up, I want to be a professor just like her. Thank you. This was excellent. Thank you very much, Madam President. As Professor Mijares stated, the methodology for this meeting is academic, but not entirely. We did want to have this part with our keynote speaker who knows these topics inside and out, and that is the preamble for our panel now, which we will begin in just a moment. But we will now hear from a video from the rector of the president of the CAF, and later we will have participation from the CAF president live with us here. So for now, we will hear this video, and then we will have a 5-minute coffee break and let the panelists get set up. And then we'll once again invite all of you to the lunch right behind us. You're all invited. Thank you very much. And now we'll hear a video from the rector of the University of the Andes, Raquel Bernal.
Muy buenos días a todos.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Warm greetings, particularly to Luis Almagro, the Secretary General of the OAS, Sergio Diaz-Granados, the President of the CAF, Laura Chinchilla, the former President of Costa Rica from 2010 to 2014, Jose Luis Ramirez, the advisor to Secretary Almagro at the OAS, Robin King, professor from Georgetown University, and our Professor Victor Mijares, Associate Professor in Poli-Sci and Global Studies from the Social Science Department at University of the Andes, Professor Sandra Borda, Associate of the Poli-Sci Department and Global Studies at the Department of Social Sciences at University of the Andes. Also, greetings to all of the representatives of member countries, employees and observers of the OAS, as well as the Andean community in the U.S. Welcome to the second lecture, which is part of an agreement between the University of the Andes and OAS, financed by the CAF. This lecture is a space for reflection and debate on timely topics at the University of the Andes, and an opportunity to pay tribute to Alberto Llegas Calmagro, who was the rector of the University of the Andes and Secretary General of the OAS. The lecture seeks to strengthen academic ties, cooperation, and regional integration. The first edition was focused on the importance of democracy in the Americas and the role of Alberto Llegas Calmagro in democracy and education. And now we will be addressing the issue of urban resilience and exploring how it is that cities can adapt and transform in the face of challenges like climate change, accelerated urbanization, and social inequalities. This focus on resilient cities is fundamental in a context where LAC is facing unprecedented contexts of political instability, accelerated urbanization, climate change, and this all has a huge impact specifically on social inequalities and vulnerable citizens as we face emerging crises and also see cities transform to ensure sustainable, inclusive development. As a result, promoting resilience means reducing risks, building capacities, and reducing fragility in order to implement effective solutions. Latin America has over 80% of its population living in urban centers, and so we need to respond cities' abilities to respond to natural disasters, which are increasingly frequent, our aging population, mass migration, and we all know that this has become a fundamental issue for changes which we are observing today in the world order. We also need sustainable infrastructure, and governance has become critical for citizens' well-being in a situation in which trust in governments, institutions, and social cohesion have been challenged and sometimes greatly vulnerable. This event seeks to look at these challenges from a multidisciplinary approach, promoting innovative, collaborative solutions to build more resilient, equitable cities which are prepared for the future that awaits. The panel will bring together academic experts and those from multilateral organizations to debate strategies to strengthen urban resilience, from various perspectives: governance, public policies, security, the environment, and demographic change. In a world with limited natural resources and growing environmental pressure, educational institutions have a responsibility to promote sustainability. The University of the Andes includes this as a central axis of our research, sharing knowledge, academic training, and our institutional management through our academic programs and research centers. We promote an interdisciplinary approach to address the environmental, social, and economic challenges of our country and the region. We also have dedicated teams focused on sustainability on the campus as well as in our academic programs, allowing the training of professionals and future leaders with the necessary tools for decision-making to balance development, conservation, and the well-being of our populations. In the recent World Economic Forum, we saw a high level of demand for work related to climate change and sustainability. But the offer is still lacking. That is why we are adopting measures aimed at focusing on raising awareness, action, and development of new technology, as well as policies to mitigate the impact of climate change. The University of the Andes led a joint effort with the 50 departments of sciences in Colombia in order to improve and align our academic programs with a focus on conservation, sustainable use of natural resources, and the well-being of our communities. This work recognizes the complexity of cities and the need to design innovative solutions which harmonize urban growth with environmental protection and social equality. Social sciences, humanity, architecture, and other departments were driving strategies to promote adaptation to climate change and the development of public policies to build communities that are more inclusive and sustainable. The Andean approach is based on mitigating and adaptation to climate change, reducing inequality, and protecting nature. Thus, we contribute to concrete solutions and work hand in hand with private, public, and social organizations to promote this social change. The collaborative work and events like this are spaces to work on a new future that is more equitable and resilient for our society. Welcome to all to this event, and I hope that this is a wonderful space for collective construction. Warm greetings from Bogota.
Thank you so much to Dr. Raquel Bernal, the rector of the University of the Andes, for her comments. We are going to take a 5-minute break now. We have coffee and water outside of the hall. And please return to the hall here to join Victor Majares and our colleagues for the second portion of the program. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. We are ready to resume our activities with the second portion of this Alberto Lleras Camargo lecture. As the Professor Mijares said in the concept note prepared for this event, in the Western Hemisphere, 8 of every 10 people live in urban areas, which reflects an irreversible transformation or transition toward urbanization that we see from Alaska on down to Patagonia. Even though our rural issues are considered to be significant, urban life presents us with challenges that demand our attention of the academic circles and those in charge of designing policy, as well as multilateral banks, development banks, and international organizations. Urban resilience is a fundamental framework from which we should approach the growing environmental challenges, social and economic as well. It is important to develop strategies to build cities that are not only capable of being resilient and recovering from adversity, but can also promote an inclusive and sustainable development. I would like to extend a warm welcome to Professor Victor Mijares, Robin King, who is coming home. It continues to be her home, Sandra Borda, and Ruben Enrique Contreras, and Angie Palacios, who honor us with their presence. Professor Mijares will present our panelists and the rules of the game. Thank you so much. Professor Mijares, you have the floor. Hello, good morning. Thank you so much, Jose Luis, for the introduction. And of course, thank you to the Organization of American States for receiving us here in this house that it belongs to everyone, and that in effect does provide us a space to speak about important issues that are very current, such as those that President Chinchilla pointed out, but that can also bring us to speak about the topics broached in the concept note in terms of urban and city resiliency, and also to discuss the opportunities that we have before us. This is, of course, a worldwide trend, but we see it in particular going on in Latin America, and it's been a way in which we've been able to generate development and well-being. Public policies can more quickly and more effectively reach a significant portion of our population. In this vein, we have an illustrious panel. I know that people say this, it seems trite, but truly, it really is. And we have the luxury of putting together this panel that includes staff from important universities, as well as, for example, Robin King from Georgetown University. And we'd like to give Robin a warm welcome. She is an institutional economist and the director of the knowledge capture and of the Center for Sustainable Cities of WRI. She's also a professor of the School of Foreign Services of Georgetown University, and her experience includes private sector and international organizations, including the OAS, as well as NGOs, with a focus on the U.S., Latin America, and India, which is very interesting, this tricontinental background. She has knowledge in terms of financing and infrastructure development. She also has a degree from the University of Texas in Austin. This is these are going to be really brief biographical introductions. I now would like to introduce you to Sandra Borda, my dear colleague. She is an associate professor from the Social Sciences School and Global Studies at the University of the Andes. during 2024, she was sought by the mayor of Bogota for guidance. She has an extensive background in environment as well as communications, economic communications. She has a degree from the University of Wisconsin in Madison. Thank you so much, Sandra. Welcome. I'm sorry, the University of Minnesota. Thank you so much. We also have with us Ruben Enrique Contreras. He is an energy specialist and a climate change specialist. He's the chief of the climate change division of the OAS. He's worked for organizations such as ECLEC and has led projects on renewable energies, climate modeling, as well as sustainable development. He has a PhD from the University of Jaén in Spain. Thank you so much, Dr. Contreras, and welcome. Then we have Angie Palacios, who is the business administrator. She focuses on sustainable mobility, human mobility, for the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, CAF. She focuses on promoting inclusive, equitable, and resilient cities by means of transport initiatives, sustainable transport, as well as public space initiatives in 29 countries. In 2009, she was highlighted as one of the most remarkable women in transport for her transformative initiative, and she has a master's in political development from the University of Mexico. Welcome. I would like well, at first I asked that each panelist make a statement, but you know what I think we're going to do is go right into the questions. And you can answer as we progress through the questions. Robin, I think I'll start with you. With regard to this resilient cities, we're talking about the financial challenges. Cities are very diverse, and the region is very diverse. You've worked in the Latin America and the U.S. and India, and you have been a witness to this. How can we mobilize financing that can contribute to resiliency of the cities in Latin America, in particular regarding the fiscal aspects? Okay, well, I'll start not on the financing aspect, but what resilience is. I think everybody may have a different opinion as to the definition of resilient cities. So that's our first challenge. So half of my life I've dedicated to university, where I've taught classes and conducted research, and the other half I've dedicated to my time at World Resources Institute that focuses on working on policies of the land related to the land. And each of these requires a different attitude. When I speak to people who work in finances, they're thinking in the financial aspects. If I speak with my friends at the university in social sciences, they're going to think more individually or from the community perspective, or perhaps from the city or at the regional level. But it's really different from one group to the next. And that's why when we talk about governance a little later, this is so important. We need to ensure that we are bringing all the different attitudes together for the city, because a city is a collective of many people, many city communities, and different interests. Now, after discussing resilience in general, in terms of financing, you have to think about markets. Markets include individual interests, institutional interests, there's regulation. And in many places, and we do see this all over, we have regulation on paper, and then we have the regulation that's actually put into practice. And this is something that we need to keep in the forefront of our mind. with regard to instruments that can be considered. Much of this is related to internalizing externalities, and this is very difficult. In the majority of Latin American countries, but of course in places such as India and other cities in Africa and Asia, cities have very little financial or fiscal power, that is. They don't have a space in which they can manage these issues. The nations limit what they can do. And then they really must depend on transfers, financial transfers that come in. But they do have the land. And so the earth, what they can do is use this as a source of income. So when we talk about capturing value, this is something in Colombia we've seen great advances compared to other countries. But there's still work left to be done. It's really difficult. There are always political challenges. In addition to what I would say is the state itself or the city itself has to have the capacity to do it well. And in many cases, this is not done. And this is something we need to keep in mind. So that is the policy side. But you can also have access to new financial instruments such as bonds or green bonds, etc., that are already being, and this is something that's been developing. And I think the green bonds are sometimes not really that green, but they are out there. They exist. 2 months ago, I would have said that everything we are going to see in terms of green financing will be such, but now with all of the changes over the past few weeks, I don't know what's happening or what's going to happen in that market. But we do know that they exist. Another important market that I think is going to be even more so significant, not at the city level, but I think the cities can use it, but at the level of a family, a community level or individual level, and that's insurance. We're seeing a change in the insurance market related to heat, flooding, and this is related to disaster bonds. But for example, in the NGOs in India are really promoting this. This is something that I haven't seen be applied in Latin America. The international companies, insurance companies in particular, are getting used to these ideas, and we will be able to see how this can be applied. Because in terms of health, heat, and flooding, as well as water resource challenges, is not only a problem in India. We see this in every country, in every city. Another aspect we've seen is increasing financing, combined financing from different sources. This is something that we will have to do because nobody has enough funding to truly resolve the problem. And I think that in this sense, the participation in the governance is very key here. It can't be the big companies that are managing everything. It has to be the population. The population needs to avail itself of its knowledge, the knowledge it does have, to look at hurricanes, flooding, earthquakes, and understand how they're affecting their communities.
Thank you very much, Robin. Sandra. My question is with regard to institutional capacity and your experience as an advisor. We know that these are very domestic issues, but they do have an impact on the national economy and the social impact that has. We do also see an internationalization trend among cities. And so is there a way that Latin American cities can do better to strengthen institutional capacities in the face of these challenges we've already heard about, which a city like Bogota might face with regard to migration, water supply, or others.
Esto sí está funcionando.
Thank you very much, Victor, and thank you very much to the OAS and to the CAF for the invitation. So I would like to start by stating that it's very surprising to see the international dimension of cities as something that has received so little attention. Because we need to look at the root of the major challenges faced by cities. Is this international, and are there solutions which often come from the international realm? And so the development of the international institutional side of things has not been addressed enough. Bogota is very much at the forefront of this, but there are many cities worldwide with major challenges when it comes to climate change, insecurity. As former President Chinchilla stated, this is a transnational challenge, but there isn't a lot of institutional attention being placed on this. In Bogota, the major challenges come from the regional and international side of the city, and just look at the issue of migration. Bogota, over the last few years, has received, since we have recorded figures, 600,000 Venezuelan citizens, which are registered in our system, which was created during the Duque administration. But without legislation, we believe it is about 1 million to 1.2 million Venezuelan citizens who at this time are in Bogota, who are now living there long term. And of course, this presents a major challenge when it comes to our city's resilience. Now, when it comes to climate change, the figure that is repeated time and again is that 70% of the contribution of gas emissions that create climate change, 70% comes from cities. And so it is cities that are really creating this climate change problem. When it comes to security, and of course this is a wide-ranging debate in LAC in particular, certainly there is a transnational component of the security situation that we're facing. And I'm saying there's a debate because in the cities there's not a lot of clarity on whether these specific citizen security challenges are exclusively caused due to phenomena like Tren de Aragua, which of course is a transnational phenomenon, or if this is a more domestic component. So it's difficult to shed a lot of light on that at this time in Bogota, but we do know that drugs trafficking, armed trafficking, and other illicit activities do create a challenge for our cities, and they are national and international in scope. Now, if we look at the more positive side of the story, much of our solutions to these problems can be found or managed from the international standpoint. If we look at international organizations that bring cities together to focus on climate change, you would be surprised to see the dimension of this new international bureaucracy that has come out in order to resolve these problems. And that goes hand in hand with a lot of international philanthropic organizations dedicated to climate change. The amount of available resources there, the work with multilateral organizations and multilateral banks is enormous. In the case of security, it's not quite as notable, and I think that this, of course, is one of the challenges that we face. We need to work hand in hand with other cities to address climate change, and I think that we have covered a lot of ground, but we do still face problems that we continue to share in cities that we have not been able to address in We saw that the city of Buenos Aires was trying to bring together Latin American cities to debate a topic that they all share, and that at that first meeting in Buenos Aires next year, Bogota will be the host of the meeting in order to reach a formal understanding. And certainly at the international level as well, there is an exercise of exchange of experiences and very useful exercises. And I think that one of the major challenges here, and I'll conclude with this, is the issue of financing. And that is in places like Colombia, and I'm not sure if this applies the same way to other places, but there is this tension almost constant between governments at the local and national levels, and it makes it difficult for cities to access resources. A lot of these resources, fortunately not all of them from the multilateral banks, but a lot of them require a guarantee from the nation. That is, they require a negotiation process with the national state and government, and sometimes that makes life very difficult for cities. And so, part of what the Inter-American Development Bank has done, and we have a conversation underway there at facilitating direct access to resources for cities. These are different problems that don't necessarily need to be subject to negotiation. Often it's a political negotiation with the national government, and this would facilitate access to resources. Bogota is taking part in that debate, and many other cities in Latin America are as well. I think that we will be able to see great progress there. And I'd like to conclude with something that is a constant source of concern for me. And I am following the movement from cities very strong in their fight against climate change, but then we see the constituencies in the city where the people who are living in that city is not very concerned. At the last elections in Bogota, this was an issue, and Bogota, of course, is a city that does have enormous problems due to climate change. We are now rationing water, and that is the direct result of a lack of availability of resources. And so I feel that there are two levels of very different conversations. The international conversation, where there's a lot of awareness on this issue, but then at the local citizenry level, they still haven't quite begun to appreciate the problem, and I think there's a lot of ground to cover there.
Muy bien, aprendimos. Muchísimas gracias, Sandra.
Thank you very much. And you've talked about internationalization as something that's necessary, but it's very much still in its nascent stages for most cities. So I'll continue to focus on this from the perspective of international and regional cooperation, and we'll hear from Ruben, and I'll ask you, Ruben, you work on this issue of climate change and the energy transition. What sort of cooperation models, for regional cooperation, that is, and you've been working here at the OAS, what sort of regional cooperation models are working, and what is also working in the area of strengthening that energy resilience and trying to drive that? I don't know if it's part of the energy transition, because it seems that we do need to talk about this seriously. But hear from the OAS, and in your experience, what is working the best and what is not working?
No, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Victor.
Thank you very much, Victor. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. This is a complex task, but we would like to talk about the models. And when we talk about resilient cities, we need to focus, first of all, on understanding, as you already stated, how do we understand this issue of resilience? What does that mean? So what are the threats? And when I talk about threats, I'm talking about environmental threats, economic threats, all kinds of threats. What are the risks that poses to cities? And how vulnerable are our cities? And so if we look at this from the perspective of the fact that 80% of Latin America's population lives in cities. They're not cities anymore, they're megacities. What does it mean to live in a megacity? They are highly vulnerable to all types of external threats that can possibly exist. That is economic threats. If there is a crisis in the United States or China, the country collapses, and the first to suffer are residents of the largest cities. There's more murders, there's more competition for resources, there's more competition with other people. And so this leads to insecurity. And when we talk about insecurity, that can also be water insecurity, access to electricity. You can't have heating, refrigeration, hospitals can't function. And there are also issues related to food insecurity. Today, we produce more food than any other period of history, but we also throw away more food than at any point in history. And so we know that people don't have access to food because we are wasting the food that we do produce. And this is a fundamental issue as well, and that is one of the processes that is discussed a lot. One of the models that's debated a lot is the lack of integration in our region. If there is no integration, then every country is on its own to resolve its problems. They end up wasting all of their own resources trying to resolve the problem and maintain some sort of economic sustainability. This is something that we saw time and again during the pandemic. The government was paying for a private company to provide electricity or to provide public services so that people were able to stay afloat. And so in 2014, that is 10 years ago, we had about 160 million poor people. Of those 160, 40 million people were living in extreme poverty. After the pandemic, and with all of the energy and food crises we've seen worldwide caused by COVID, as well as the issue of who is establishing the price of oil, things like that, in our region, and much less our citizens, have absolutely no pull when it comes to that issue. So this is something that today has led from 160 million poor people to 230 million poor people. And in poor people, we've jumped from 40 million to almost 70 million people living in extreme poverty in our region. And so we have gone back a decade. And what I'm trying to say is that the development model, and no model actually has worked. So we need to reframe the way that we view development. With that, I want to say that we need new indicators. The GDP per capita is not useful. Looking at the trade balance of income and outcome reflects anything. It reflects the market, but it doesn't reflect what citizens are experiencing. It doesn't reflect the minimum wage. It doesn't reflect the types of jobs that they have or what they do with the money they earn. And so the macro problems are destroying cities, and they're creating societies that are much more individualistic, and that's a phenomenon that we are all watching. Every city is a world of its own. We have the person who makes bread, we have the person who makes alcohol, the person who has the store for little items that you might buy. And so we're increasingly seeing this in small towns around the region. Now, somebody who has a small company also has to compete with multinational chains. They have to compete with the big corporations that are importing clothes, shoes. People don't make their own clothes anymore. This is another issue. They import everything from China. And so the issue is, how can we ensure that these models, how can we actually change the way that we talk about development, including quality of life indicators? So that, are people happy with their jobs? If they're not going to do their job well, and this is going to impact the company. There are many different quality of life indicators: infrastructure, access to healthcare, access to basic services, and others. And so I think that we need to work, first of all, on the issue of governance. We talk about that a lot. And I will give you a rather direct definition. To me, governance is the way in which we distribute power among various stakeholders: government, private sector, civil society. The problem is that this distribution is not equitable. Civil society almost has no pull when it comes to decision making. In the most unregulated markets, the private sector does whatever it wants. And when it's very regulated, it doesn't work because there are too many obstacles. We need to have a balance. We need to respect the market, but also ensure that we are protecting the citizens. We need to have certain guarantees that will draw foreign direct investment. For example, if we talk about the energy transition, we often talk about 5 or 10 years ago, everyone was talking about the energy surplus in Colombia. 100 solar gigawatts for 30 cents a kilowatt, or in Mexico, Chile. This was in the news in Argentina as well. Huge processes for providing energy in order to have renewable energy sources. And the problem is that a lot of countries changed the way they use energy. And so anyone who invests, then you find out you're not going to pay 40 cents, you're going to pay 10 cents. And so business leaders would say, okay, I'm not going to get involved in this. I'm going to, take myself out of it. On the other hand, a lot of countries were also using this mechanism to promote companies, and then they withdrew the supply. So the impact has been major in cities because, unfortunately, the energy sector is a natural monopoly. That means that a single company controls the distribution, one controls the transmission, one controls the generation of energy. And so trying to regulate this creates a little bit of competition, but it's minimal. You might have one region or another with different mechanisms. And so we also need to work on the fact that when we talk about mechanisms, we're talking about policies, direct policies. When we talk about tax incentives, financial incentives, when we talk about the push policies, this establishes, if you as an electricity company do not generate 20% of your electricity from renewable sources, you're not going to participate in our energy competition. And so with that, I'm giving them a push for cities to receive renewable energy. On the other hand, we also have the attraction policies. And that is, for example, the energy supply policies that I was talking about. We also need to be innovative and actually act within the framework of this. I think Uruguay is about the only country where the energy sector is public. But this happens with all utilities, water, all of them. And so we need to be very clear with what policies we're going to use. We need to plan ahead, and we need to work on greater regional integration, not only for energy, but we also need to apply what they have done in Central America, for example. It took them 40 years to come up with the Central American integration system. And they still have challenges. Latin America has been working through the IDB to work on the Andean corridor, but it failed because it didn't include the political component. And so once again, I feel that international organizations, regional banks need to work together. The bank has the capacity, it has the capital to finance this. It needs to support itself with organizations such as the OAS in order to address the political side of things. It needs to work with entities such as ECLAC or others in order to have high quality information. And these are debates that need to take place. And so, As part of that, I would describe what's happening with cities that way, as well as the impact that this is having. Thank you.
Gracias, Rubén, por la intervención. Yo quiero ahora.
Thank you very much for your intervention, Ruben. You talked a little bit about quality of life indicators, and that includes many different topics, including topics that are particularly sensitive in cities, and often they become sources of great challenge, particularly when they're related to mobility and a gender approach. How could you explain how that mobility with a gender approach could lead to greater resilience and adaptability in cities? Of course. Good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation to be here. And the CAF has been working a lot on this over the last decade. Practically, we know the practical applications here. It's very simple. When we think about our urban mobility systems in cities, and the main users of those transportation systems, it's women. And so if we think about the public transportation service or urban mobility systems, we should think about who is the main user. And so not only are they women, they also facilitate the movement of other people in the city. And so you can say that by helping women, we're helping the majority of people who are in a vulnerable situation, which may include the elderly, children, or persons with disabilities. And so if I have a lot of challenges, low allocation of resources, fiscal pressure, how am I going to get the biggest bang for my buck? How am I going to optimize my impact? And that is how we have to look at how people move around cities and the role that this has, because of course the gender role does have a role in our cities. The role of women in care activities, home activities, how can we facilitate her day-to-day life in cities? It seems very simple, but there's very little information, little data, little evidence in order to inform decision makers and those who design transportation systems while considering this day-to-day movement, because it's not even an issue of women versus men. It is a day-in, day-out issue of prioritizing not only remunerated work, but also what happens in our city, caring for others, for example. And in light of what the former President Chinchilla and other panelists here have stated, when it comes to social demographic changes, for example, we have a more elderly population. We have countries that are working on national care systems, and in Bogota, they are working on many different innovative systems, such as care blocks, and we can see that there is a change. And part of the issue of resilience is how can we prepare for the unexpected, all of these threats. So planning in transportation, and particularly in CAF and many other banks, we have been financing mobility plans, and they are focused on the stable, the expected. And when we talk about population growth, in order to anticipate the needs that future residents will have without considering the gender aspect of things, the migration trends, without considering social and demographic changes. And now there is a very important and growing number of multi-generational homes. This family dynamic is going to have an impact on the way people move around. And one of the studies most recently that we have carried out was carried out with Bogota, and it was looking at mobility patterns of women and other groups as well, including LGBT groups. And we saw that women often are being kicked off of public transportation. And 10 years ago, I saw a lot of publications. So we've been working on a new analysis of 8 Latin American cities on this topic, and we had urgently anticipated women being expelled from public transportation, of being trapped in public transportation. And now we're seeing that women are not driving cars because they don't have the opportunity to do that, but they are using motorcycles. This is an accessible way to move around the city, and we see women's perception of risk. They were more risk adverse. They didn't want to use motorcycles, and now they actually prefer the insecurity of the motorcycle to the insecurity in public transportation because of sexual harassment, gender-based violence on public transport, and other reasons. And so we are looking at the main user of public transportation now being expelled from it, but women finding other ways to move around the city. And so this is a simple answer. We might focus on these populations and their situations of vulnerability and look at diversity and the gender perspective, which I know is very controversial today, and keep working along those lines. And I'm pleased that the bank has continued with this area of research, and we will now be able to look at how 8 cities are addressing the matter of women in public transportation. Thank you.
Listo, vale. Muchísimas gracias, Angie, por esa respuesta. Sí, efectivamente.
Thank you very much. Yes. That's very interesting what you're saying when we look at the use of motorcycles in cities like Bogota and the day-to-day use, and this is now a phenomenon. I know I'm a little older than you, but it's not something that you necessarily saw in Latin American cities just a few years ago. This was seen as a very macho thing to do, riding a motorcycle around. It was very much segmented among men, and now all of a sudden we see, just as you have described, widespread use by women. And this is now a very feminized mode of transportation, but has also led to other problems like you have described, such as insecurity in public transportation. And now they are dealing with the insecurity of riding these motorcycles. So we move from one threat to another. And so I'd like to hear a little bit from your experience in other contexts as well, in other continents, in order to understand how it is that this integration of transportation and urban planning could be replicated, or if there's any type of lessons learned or something that we can bring back to Latin American cities. I could start with an example from Latin America, but it's not something that we learned here. It's that the issue of Curitiba and creating an institution that accredits and shares information. It's important to just have this information accessible. Why do we have information, better information than most cities around the world? That is information that has been broken down by different groups, by neighborhood, by gender, by age, by economic sector, financial sector, many different categories. So that's just one example, but that is the only thing that I'm going to talk about from Latin America. And so I think that, yes, there are other very interesting examples that we can look at. And in order to have a new institution, it costs a lot of money, and something that has been done in some cities in India, and that's also something that has been replicated around India, is locating people who work in these services. And so if you have, for example, people who work in transportation and people who work in urban planning, and have them working in the same building, and that avoids the problem of who's going to what office, who's going to do what. This way they can easily get together, they can have a little elevator chat, they can have a coffee downstairs, and it doesn't cost any money. It's just a matter of making this decision to locating these two groups that should talk but often don't in the same building.
And that is something that is relatively cheap to do. Something else that implies a deeper change is the example of Johannesburg in South Africa. in which they've pulled together urban planning and transport along with financial capacity. So after having made the decision as to what to do, they have the capacity. They don't need to submit everything to the budget office or the Secretary of Finances. They have the power to apply a different type of instrument and to withdraw the money to, in fact, implement their plans. And this is something that we see all over the world. We have very lovely plans, but they aren't implemented. But there, and this is because, resources are lacking to do this, but there they did manage to make the change. There was this distribution of power and authority is very important. Another example that adds to this is the example of Rotterdam in the Netherlands, where they've used a lot of public participation in urban planning. Everyone feels that there is a tremendous challenge that they all face. They have had significant flooding, so they use citizen participation in the planning of hypothetical situations, scenarios, and they involve a lot of people to participate to gather information. So these are 4 different examples. But much of it is related to horizontal integration of different sectors. And as many of you have already pointed out, vertical integration. And this is related to the opportunity to speak with other levels of government. Because those who are going to provide a lot of resources are, in many cases, the province or the state or the municipality or the city, and of course at the state level. And this money comes through multilateral loans. And these cities need to be able to negotiate with these other levels of authority. We need ways to be able to maintain constant communication so that we can ensure that those that are negotiating in places like the UN or UN Habitat, where you always see it's people of the foreign ministry that's negotiating on behalf of all the other sectors. And sometimes the sectors have interests that differ from those of the countries themselves.
Sí, por favor, Angie.
Angie, go right ahead. No, what Robin mentioned and what Sandra mentioned a while ago, this is, gives me an opportunity to plug CAF. From 2021, we committed to supporting subnational governments, whether they be states, provinces, cities, etc., and to close this financing gap and to provide this opportunity. And I can say with a lot of pride, 3 years later, since having made that commitment, we've managed to pull it off. Of course, there in some countries, they haven't had moved toward this sort of financing, but in about 3 or 4 countries in the region, we've, through cities or provinces, established this program. And this is also where you have the solutions to resilience and innovation comes from the cities. So we've established as a way to generate knowledge and to replicate it in other spaces, and we are working in this direction. I understand that the CAF, as well as the other multilateral banks, are working with their teams to develop better financial conditions through Planet Finance and other sorts of innovative tools so that this is not a burden to the subnational governments, city-level governments. Thank you so much. Thank you, Angie. In keeping with what you just mentioned, Angie, this was the question that I wanted to put to Sandra, and this is a question that's, I imagine that you as a professor of international relations, you also have an experience in this sense, or the relationship between the state and the city. We have the case of Bogota, which is a city that is demographically larger than many countries in the Caribbean or in Latin America. So we see this as within a framework, a sovereignty framework of of that, like that of Colombia. So what is this situation where you have international representation of the city? How is this managed from the government side? Yes, I know. I had to take this opportunity to ask you this. Well, I'm not really going to go into too much detail because this is a difficult negotiation that's being undertaken. But the Colombian electoral process, and I think this happens in many countries, always tends to move the elector tends to, at the local level, move against the national government. And this is something that we see. This is the unique way in which the people try to place a counterbalance to executive power. And this is not an easy negotiation. Moreover, when we're talking about tremendous infrastructure projects such as the negotiation regarding the Bogota Metro, we have infrastructure programs that depend on financing from the national government. And we have situations in which we have really difficult conversations. I would like to think a little bit about what we've been reflecting on here regarding cities' resilience and internationally as well. Because Robin mentioned something really interesting in terms of the capacity of the cities for learning and learning opportunities. And I think this goes along the same vein of what Robin proposed, and how cities can face tremendous challenges. And I'm going to refer to the issue of water in Bogota. Essentially through learning from international experiences. In Bogota, we had to start off the administration with a rationing of water program because we had very low capacity at the time and we needed to save water. But the international project with which we have a conversation right now is through the World Bank. And they have a program that's really interested in South Africa. And the experience that they gathered there is fascinating in two ways. First, all of the cities need to begin to think about our relationship with resources, in particular water. And we're not talking about a small crisis, but rather that we need to make a shift over the long term, our consumption patterns. This is the new normal. We're not going to have as much water as we used to have. And the second aspect is that many of these problems cannot be resolved as by looking for new resources, new water resources, which someone might think is intuitive. By looking for terranean water sources. Of course, there are significant environmental factors related to building new dams and whatnot. But based on the experience that the World Bank had in Cape Cod in South Africa, was significant because we saw that in many cases this could be resolved through governance plans versus resource management. So it's not only an issue of pushing people to consume less water, but in addition to that, one can shift the way in which the institutions govern the management of water. In this city in South Africa, this was a very significant solution. And part of this transfer of knowledge toward Bogota was to incorporate this institutionally, in particular for those that in Bogota that were in charge of this issue. And also I'd like to piggyback on what Robin mentioned regarding the participation of the citizens in city planning. This is something that for me, as a political scientist, was really fascinating The President Chinchilla was talking about the loss of legitimacy among institutions, and something that we tend to ignore is the lack of trust and the trust in institutions, and that it always begins at the local level. That's where it starts, and that's where it begins to either improve or fall apart. So something that always caused me a lot of thought was that if somebody wanted to begin resolving the lack of trust in institutions, you need to start at the local institutional level, because that is the place at which the institutions are closest to the people. And we had the tremendous luck of having open society support for city planning processes that considered a lot of new aspects. And this is a little controversial. Of course, this political scientists, we look at this a lot. And the first of which is that participation cannot be simply an exercise that requires citizens to do this free of charge. This is time, it's work to sit in an assembly to debate what we're going to do with water, with mobility, with gender-based problems. This requires time for deliberation. It is work that needs to be compensated. And we are going to carry out a series of citizen assemblies that won't include volunteers. It will select randomly the citizens, but the basic principle on which this will be carried out is that even in the places where there are citizens that do express a position that is different than that of the administration, in these cases we need to give way to the people's will and not only the governing class's will. And I think that there are some experiments, and this is something we've just started to look at in very specific spaces on topics that are very particular. And I no longer work at with the mayor, but I still have that mayor town hall chip in my mind. But we're going to move from the thinking purely of elections, but shift to including the people in developing solutions for the problems that we face on a daily basis. Thank you so much, Sandra. Ruben, I think that everything here focuses on collective participation. This is an issue of collaboration among sectors, within cities, between cities. And I think in Latin America we have a megalopolis in the sense you would go to a city and there would be 100,000 inhabitants, but we would say this is not a city. But within these megalopolis, that have this hyper concentration of everything, things both wonderful and not so wonderful that are characteristic of cities. I'd like you to talk about renewable energy in this regard, because renewable energies are related to solar power in certain places, some things on the periphery, Chile, Brazil. But the city doesn't cease to be a generator of energy and consumer of energy. So where is the topic of renewables headed in the cities of Latin America? Thank you so much, Victor. This topic is really interesting, but also complex, because let me give some background here for reference. When we're talking about differentiating our fossil fuels for renewables, the problem with fossil fuels, and let's forget about pollution and climate change, because that is a significant problem, but the greatest weakness of fossil fuels is that they are finite. We're going to run out. And why are we going to run out sooner than we expected? Was because there are increasingly more people and more consumption, and everything functions. Everything here, your cell phones, the lights, the screens, everything requires energy. Everything is, there's no process of modern society that doesn't require energy. We have a saying in my country, which is not to put all our eggs into one basket. For example, the basket of the fossil fuels. We are condemning ourselves to, and this is based on a study, we're condemning ourselves to 100 years left of fossil fuels. After that time, there will be no more. And it will no longer be economically feasible to extract. Drilling in the ocean or wherever, it will be extraordinarily expensive. The gallon, the liter, the prices are going to become absurd, and no one will be able to use them for any energy process. Of course, if we add to that the environmental impact and the pollution related, in particular with regard to certain gases, of course, that cause illnesses for those peoples that live close to the generation of and refining of these resources. In Chile, there are zones called zones of sacrifice, and it's so sad. These are areas where they establish a refinery in a town, and you go by there, and the air is unbreathable. And there are people that live there. There are children that suffer from respiratory illness. In these areas, there has to be a monitoring system so that there are certain days you can't take part in activities. And this can't be changed because they haven't made the investments to improve the quality of life of these individuals, these people. Because we continue to purchase and develop fossil fuel infrastructure. So for me, this is a subsidy in a way. The business that pollutes is not paying for people's illness, for the deterioration of the quality of the soil, but it's an indirect subsidy in a way of billions of dollars. So now, in Venezuela, I think we have the greatest resource, the greatest amount of oil. Ecuador has some gas, some oil. But in a few decades, these fossil fuels will run out. Of course, the governments are thinking in the short term. That's the issue. If you want to have a truly long-term view, a view from the nation itself, not from the government, for Latin America and the Caribbean, it makes sense to move toward renewable energies, not only because they're renewable, but because these are energies that you control. You don't pay for sun, you don't pay for the wind, you don't pay anything extra. So economically speaking, it makes more sense to use them. And furthermore, the diversity of renewable energy sources is impressive. We've talked a lot about the use of hydrogen, for example. To leverage hydrogen, you can use the existing fossil fuel infrastructure to produce hydrogen. This is one example, but we have a diversification of our energy mix where we produce energy, and it's very possible that in the next 50 years, we're going to have significant problems of capacity to deliver electricity to people. And why is that? Because we in Latin America developed a hydrothermic system, so we have a lot of water-based energy, and then the other is for example, when we have droughts, and we have been experiencing droughts, Chile is having problems, Uruguay is having severe problems, but Uruguay has turned towards wind energy. In fact, they're exporting energy to Brazil and Argentina. This is a clear example of what works. But the issue is, and I'll give you a practical example, when the cell phone came out. Who used a cell phone at first? A millionaire. Only millionaires had cell phones. Until we were able to reduce the cost of the technology to the extent that the poorest person on the planet can have a cell phone to make phone calls and use the internet. But how long did that take? I would say from the end of the 80s until 2000. It was a 20, 30-year process of research and development. We are only now starting to use batteries for the energy system. It used to be that, batteries were just like a small little battery that you would use, and nobody thought about large batteries that could store large amounts of energy. People thought, renewables are expensive because battery storage is expensive, but that's not true. But if we had more diversification, energy diversification in the region, then this shift would come about, and you wouldn't have to depend 100% on storage. But we haven't integrated these aspects yet. So this is one of the greatest political challenges of the coming decades, and that's energy integration. And it makes sense when thinking of climate change, pollution, and energy insecurity that we will be facing in the future. Thank you, Ruben. You've made me think about this, and I think about motorcycles and women and mass transit. I think this is a more complex issue because we're thinking about energy normally as electrical energy that we use for an industry to function, but energy that is used for transport, in particular for mopeds, motorcycles, that for something that generates certain levels of protection and freedom that depends on fossil fuels. And these generate microparticles and new types of insecurity. So Angie, can you talk to this about sustainability and mobility, in particular regarding the phenomena that you mentioned regarding women riding motorcycles, for example? Yes, touching again on cities' resilience and the role of transport as a fundamental pillar for that resilience. I was listening to you about the energy shift and the amount of funding that is available for mitigation and reduction of emissions, and how this is related to this EV boom. And we look at cities like Santiago and Bogota that are on the forefront of this shift. This comes to mind. And this is something that CAF considers and analyzes when we promote certain types of technologies. For example, how do I go to a city like Guayaquil that probably could use electric mobility? And when Ecuador recently went through its energy crisis, so as you said, why don't we diversify and avoid putting all our eggs in one basket? Mobility and resilient mobility is precisely that. It's having a system that first is integrated and interconnected, that can complement other modes of transit. And at the same time, this is somebody, I'm telling you this from the position of a bank. We want to promote large programs with high impact, such as many of our programs, such as the Bogota Metro System, Santiago Metro System, Quito's Metro System, because we know that the impact that can have on society is significant if it's electric. But we also understand when the global supplies dwindle, or when there is pressure because of tariffs or pricing, when this mass system can be complemented in the city by others, and Robin mentioned this regarding the land use and urban planning, we can't just think of a metro system. And again, we always think about this from the project perspective. Okay, so we have the metro project, and we think about what happens around the metro and how people access this system. What other kinds of policies and urban planning equipment? This really required a big organizational change in order to do this. We all are in the same space and handling migration, security, urban planning. We're all sitting together to think about how we can support cities with this view of the region, not just by sector. So how can we reach the public spaces? And again, the use of technologies or the decisions that need to be made as far as what type of technology should be introduced and what should their function should be requires thinking the city as a whole, and not only, oh, the electric bus, but rather the street that it provides, that the bus accesses. In the last years, the work we've done in terms of urban mobility has been on the order of millions and millions of dollars. And part of this investment in urban mobility investment have gone to streets, roads. This is essentially the network on which a city is structured. And there's there's an environmental resiliency component here. And we're talking about streets where these systems are going to function. So the volume, while it's about a third of the approved amount because it's cheaper than doing the metro system, but the volume is much greater. And that is what the subnational governments ask of us. This is also something that generates more inclusion, has shorter horizons for completion. And so we see a very clear opportunity here. We are looking for projects that change lives, such as the gondolas and the metros, but we also consider more simple programs, such as the roads programs, and that way we can have this vision of an interconnected system. And that's why the idea of the energy shift, or the different types of technologies, whether it be gas or electric, really need to have a space in the conversation. But if we're going to talk about decarbonization of transport, we have to consider other modes of transit. So how do people move about the region? Well, 1/3 moves around on foot. And so this has the same weight as public transit. So if we focus only on public transit, this could be a mistake. So we really need to look at the big picture. And so it includes the fact that people do move around on foot, but we still need to move on roads and focus on urban planning. And technology is just one additional complementary aspect for decarbonization, but is not a panacea. We're not going to resolve all the issues with mass transit solutions. And of course, the motorcycle is a complement to this. We would love that that fewer people would ride motorcycles because of the risks involved, but it covers a gap, an existing gap. So we can't just simply ignore it or punish it in a way. It is a feasible way in which people seek to move around the city.
Thank you very much, Angie. I'd like to take advantage of our last few minutes together to ask if anyone has another question from the public. Yes, please go ahead. Good afternoon. I am doing a master's at Georgetown, and I'm in Dr. Robin King's class in political economies of Latin American nations. And we have a class on financing infrastructure in cities. And so I'm curious to know about resilient infrastructure and the issue of renewable energy, particularly hydro energy and green energy in cities. So I would like to know more about what options are there for cities now for financing infrastructure, particularly outside of multilaterals, for example, in private markets, insurance, and also what sort of opportunities and challenges are there for developing hydro energy and green energy infrastructure in cities and resilient infrastructure. Thank you.
¿Se anima a responder?
So who will answer?
Bueno, puedo empezar, pero puedo.
I can start, but I can speak to you for hours about that at class later on. But generally speaking, I think that this is a major challenge, and I believe that we do not have the tools, processes, or institutions that we need to truly assist with that. This is a much bigger problem, and our available resources are just not up to the task. But we do have different sectors and institutions as well as stakeholders, and they have to work together in order to attempt to find a structure that we can use in order to get started. And so the people from the energy sector are often not there when we're talking. It's a great achievement to have people from general planning here when we talk about transportation. And sometimes we see people from budget or financing, but people from energy? I can't even imagine. I don't think they've ever been at a meeting. And so they should be there. But going back to resilience, we need to have our different opportunities, and with redundancies, often it's simply not considered. But I believe and I hope that with the challenges that are on the horizon worldwide, that people realize that we need to change the way that we are financing our systems, the way that we design them, and for whom we're designing them. And this will take a long time, but we need to get all these groups in the same room in order to get started. Thank you. I will give it to you from a different perspective. On one hand, I would say that the majority of the economies in our country are primary economies. Perhaps in Argentina and Mexico, they also assemble cars. But we need to look at hydro energy, green energy, and this is a topic that we don't hear very often, and that is fair transfer of technology. Because I'm not going to name the country, but there's a country that donated technology, hydrogen technology, for a development program, and so there was this pilot program for the green energy. The problem wasn't technology itself, it was when the machine failed, you had 50 engineers and nobody knew how to take the machine apart. They needed to bring someone from the other country to sit down in a closed room and take the machine apart and fix it. And so what is the point of technological transfer if countries are not able to even repair the machine themselves? And so there's not a economy that's working here. If they don't have the capacity to manufacture technology, it's much more difficult to adopt it. For example, we talk a lot about the circular economy now. That's not just the economic side of things. It's hard science, physics, materials that need to be circulated in an industrial process with complex thermodynamics, with extremely complex processes. And no one talks about that. We talk about this utopia of a circular economy. Everything works perfectly. From the OAS, we know that 15 years ago we began a program called the Closed Flow Material Program with pilot projects in various countries. Unfortunately, like any processes, we ran out of funds, and once again, everyone is talking about the circular economy. We changed the name, but the way that they are framing it is just with a beautiful story that later fails. But here we're talking about coupling it with the issue of cities, but no one is talking about the rural sectors. We're talking about cities all the time, mega cities. Everyone is focused on Buenos Aires, Santiago, Sao Paulo, Bogota. What about rural areas? So there's something that we want to do, and we have been working with Colombia and Peru on the role of the OAS, the trans-border area where there was conflict, and we're trying to work with the agricultural areas in this part of the Amazon. And we have been debating for months with foreign ministries because this, of course, is a transboundary area where the OAS 30 years ago had a peacemaking program due to the conflict underway, but there hasn't been any opportunity for this rural zone, and so drugs are what are controlling everything. And so the idea in terms of development is that it's complex, but it always needs to be looked at from a different perspective. Thank you. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you, Robin, Sandra, Ruben, and Angie. Thank you, all of you, for your presentations. And I would like to ask you all to give them an applause.
Ilustrativa charla que pudimos tener. Muchísimas gracias, de verdad. Y bueno, cedo la palabra a José Luis.
Víctor, muchísimas.
Thank you very much, Victor. Thank you to the panel. I think that with that, we are concluding our activity here, and we are ready for the closing from the president of the Latin American Development Bank, the CAF, Mr. Sergio Diaz-Granados, who is honoring us with his presence. It's always a delight to have you with us at this House of the Americas. And he is also part of the House of the Americas himself, President Granados. Welcome, and we're ready to hear from you for the closing. Thank you very much, Jose Luis, and good afternoon to everyone. I would like to apologize for my absence in Washington, D.C., but I had a commitment here in Panama today and tomorrow, as well as the next day in Barbados, and so I was unable to travel. I was at the opening of the lectureship last year in Bogota, and exactly 1 year ago. So once again, I would like to thank the entire team at the OAS for all of their support for this initiative. From the bank, we are joining you in this effort because we share Alberto Llegas's vision of this idea of Pan-Americanism in the 20th century as a drive to renew and validate, strengthen democracy, and above all, to promote multilateralism in our continent. The CAF was born of that matrix, and during that partnership, he was a bastion of support for the CAF. 57 years ago, the bank was born as an exercise of regional banking in the Andes, as you all know. There now is a continental level bank, and the latest country to join was Bahamas last November. And so we have expanded our presence to Central America and the Caribbean to share this vision that we have in the bank. And that is why we are delighted with our partnership with the OAS on many different topics in security, which has been a major challenge and continues to be. But above all, I think that what brings the CAF and the OAS together can be summarized by the African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go with someone else. And so this is part of our conference aimed at joining our efforts in contributing to sustainable development in our region. One of the questions that I think is a great thing to ask right now is how can we recover growth in LAC? And this is something we asked in early November here in Panama at a forum with ministers, the private sector, leaders, academia, because we see this secular trend in LAC of low growth rates, particularly over the last 15 years. We have seen one of the lowest average growth rates since the 1950s. And in seeking a response as to how we can go back to strong economic growth, we see many different answers. And one of them lies in LAC's cities. This is a densely populated region. Obviously, there are a lot of migration processes underway, leading to rapid growth in populations in some countries, and this has led to challenges within LAC's cities. Over 70 cities have over 200,000 inhabitants in our region, and certainly there we see a great opportunity as well. And I think that we need to look at LAC as half full rather than half empty. When it comes to democracy, we chase challenges in promoting the growth of the middle class. As we heard from the World Bank report, almost 40% of the population is now middle class. We have been fighting poverty despite low growth rates, but we still have many challenges that have been left unresolved over the last 20 or 30 years. And so we have a major challenge, and that is where we see the half-empty glass. We have problems that mainly affect cities. We have problems that we heard about in the panel, which I was listening to, and it seemed very relevant, and that is the disconnect between the rural and urban worlds in LAC. And development banks, particularly in the CAF, need to look at the major tasks ahead in 2025 and 2026 to better coordinate with rural areas. There are major challenges in cities, but also major opportunities, and that is why, even from the bank, we decided this year to begin financing, as of last year, actually, and we've been financing LAC cities without any guarantee, without a sovereign guarantee, and not all countries are able to do this due to their own national laws and their legal structures. However, wherever possible, we are seeking out how we can provide support to local governments in structuring their projects and financing them without the need for a sovereign guarantee. Many of our countries are right now working with very stressed GDPs because of the three major challenges in Latin America that we've been facing lately. That is, in 2008, we had the financial crisis, the crisis in 2015, the 2019-2020 COVID crisis. And so these considerations have led to a lot of the challenges that we need to shoulder. And we still have spaces to move forward with our bold, ambitious projects, because we know that 80% of our population lives in cities, and that is why last year we began working with financing projects to structure and directly support cities in their projects. It has to do, for example, with air quality, electric mass transport, basic services, climate change adaptation. That is, cities have major potential for correcting a lot of the current shortcomings that they face. But our cities are also a very important area for our cultural industries, our economy, and we need to see where the labor market has been concentrated. We need to see where women and young people in LAC have often fallen behind. In ACLAC and the development banks, they state that between 20 and 30 million young people are not enrolled in training or school programs or employed. And so this would be a great bonus for us in the 21st century to find employment for them. Otherwise, it's a huge wasted resource. So we all talk about what we need to do in our cities, what we need to do downtown. That's all part of the equation. It all has to do with human development. That is where people find their hope. And in LAC, we don't have a deficit of numbers. We have a deficit of trust and hope. So we need to work with our multilateral partners. And that is why I thank you very much for giving me the floor. Thank you for the invitation, for the opportunity to take part from the CAF in this conversation. And as we did last year in Bogota and now with you in Washington, D.C., with myself here in Panama, we have been continuing to work with cities as a response to the needs that Latin America faces, particularly to promote healthy growth. Thank you very much. Thank you for all of the support that you have given to this initiative, and thank you very much for inviting us to be part of this. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for all of your support. Today, Secretary Almagro, in his opening words, talked about when he spoke with you and Rector Bernal about this project, and you both had immediate positive responses. And so we are very pleased with this second edition of the lecture here in Washington, D.C. Certainly, we will have a third, and we hope many more to continue honoring this great Colombian and particularly a great Americanist. That is Dr. Alberto Llegas. Thank you very much, President Granados, for your support from the CAF, and thank you very much for your support from the University of the Andes, and thank you to all of you who have taken part. And before we conclude, I would just like to thank, very special thanks to the team from the CAF, Hiroshi, Paula, Catalina. Thank you to the Uniandes team, Victor, Ohana, Juan David, and our team here at home. The OAS team, Luisa, Jimmy, Javier, Fernando, Luis, without whose enthusiastic support this event would not have been a reality. And to conclude an academic event, what is better than questions or comments here in the public we can share with this excellent group of panelists now that we will be moving to the back area of this hall for our lunch. Thank you very much. Thank you to those of you who have been with us virtually today at this new edition of the lecture. Thank you very much.
Hola, muy bueno.